Gbot says all commands are on our About page on Twitch. Thanks.
Saribot says Saribot is here. Why did the clown have neck pain? Because he slept funny. Restreambot yells YouTube at Botrix. Botrix has successfully joined the channel.
WZBot says Interstate Travel Crew is currently online under the category N/A. The uptime begin right now. Welcome in, everyone.
Restreambot yells YouTube at Botrix. Botrix has successfully joined the channel.
Lint 15 says good morning.
Morning, Lynn. You can do it. I got faith in you. Get your steering wheel adjusted the way you want it. Alright, I already got this one already in because of the APU, so you just gotta brake and then put your foot on the brake and hit that one. So like how he's pulling out, it's just like the same thing. We're gonna do it except the opposite direction. So go ahead. Got a truck coming in from your left.
Hurry's going out that way.
Yeah, well, they're all going into the what you call it. Just follow like what he. Like I said, well, until you start getting out there and then just start turning left. You could actually now do it this way since he left. You could turn it far right, kind of get that trailer over this way a little bit, and then that way. I guess he's leaving, so I guess you got a little bit easier. It's always good to get into the routine habit of like always turning far or turning. It's like how you see me when I do it. So start getting on that. Start pulling out before somebody else comes out.
Pancake says morning Garrett. Carmen, been in chat.
Morning, pancakes.
Pancake says how do you sleep, Garrett?
Good.
Lint 15 says
Good here.
morning pancakes.
And then you'll turn right away on 55, so. champ? What's going on today? I don't know. I asked that to Carmen. She's the one driving. What up, driver?
No, man, nothing.
59 degrees. Real feel is 62.
15 says, morning champ.
Morning, son, honey.
Sun Honey says, morning y'all.
Link 15 says, morning sun honey.
Champy Trucking says, at Link T15 morning.
So what's your day like today, champ? Hopefully everything went good for you last night. Should have cleaned the windshield.
Champy Trucking says, about to be getting out this truck.
10-4. Take it they're going to be giving you a new truck?
Champy Trucking says, we're good.
Take it they're going to be giving you a new truck?
Sumasili says, well, hello, land of the free, and the home of the brave. Champy Trucking says, out for the day, lol.
Oh, out for the day. 10-4. 10-4.
Sumasili asks, is there any interesting place we are going to today?
Just trying to get closer down to Houston. That's it. That's it. Carmen's got about roughly 5 to 6 hours of driving, and then I've got about 6 hours. 6 to 7 hours. We will be heading out kind of like the bottom tip of Missouri. She might actually probably might even make it on I-40 today.
Trucking says, I hear you part-time. Aha.
Right?
Johnson Space Center, what is known in Houston?
10-4.
Seeley says, I'm waiting for the food robot to ingredients because I couldn't bear to walk to the store.
Really?
Says, yay, it's a little white robot with eyes a bit like Wall-E from the movie.
So they actually deliver your food, Super Silly?
Silly says, sure.
Dang! Boy, they really got advanced.
Silly says there are dozens of them here.
I'll be darned.
says I ordered mincemeat making meatballs and mashed today.
Nice. Nice.
maybe I go get my groceries.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Up 3TOON.
Centurion says, "Hi Gary, how is your trip going?"
Good, good, good. How's your morning going, Legendary?
Just hurting my eyes.
Like from that side or this side?
Right there.
Okay. I don't know if I can move that over.
No, that's fine.
Legendary Centurion says, "Not bad, thanks. At least the sun is out, LMAO."
Yeah, yeah, at least we don't have rainy skies and all that other bullshit.
Tried my auto tune hasn't picked up.
Yeah. Even on your glasses ain't working? You want your glasses, sunglasses?
I don't know, I can try it.
Legendary Centurion says, "I see the bug bomb squad has been at the screen again, LMAO."
Yeah, I forgot to wash the windshield. Better?
Yeah, I guess. Not squinting.
Huh?
I said I'm not squinting.
Well, that's good. never seen an armadillo. Ever.
No, no.
Not in Missouri. Never. Not even down in Texas. But I see them dead on the road along here.
Yeah.
Legendary Centurion says, when are you back in the captain's seat, Gary?
Probably after 5 hours, 6 hours. Because we still had a little over 12 hours, so I figured that, you know, if Carmen feels up to 5 or 6 hours, that'll save me from driving a full 11. So roughly about 5, 6 hours when Carmen decides to jump out, and then we'll be back in the seat.
Legendary Centurion says teamwork is the dream work.
That's right. So what's your day like going to be today, Legendary?
Legendary Centurion says not up to much. I got the day off, so relaxing. I had a very dizzy spell yesterday.
Oh, hopefully it wasn't too bad, Legendary.
Legendary Centurion says it is where you rush around all day, then you stop, but your head is all over the place, so I got dizzy when I stopped.
Right.
Suddenly, instead of slowing down. Legendary Centurion says, I guess you're catching up on admin work.
A little bit. A little bit. I gotta catch up a little bit on some paperwork, but I can still talk with you all. Did this guy like get off and I get back on?
No. It went on.
Legendary
Got on.
Centurion says, how nice would it be if you didn't have to do paperwork?
Yeah, life would be so much easier for us. If I didn't have to worry about paperwork nonstop, it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, because with our business and everything else, even with the carrier that we're with, I mean, they gotta have paperwork. So it does suck.
Sumamasili says the food robot left the yard, no problems, but of course I told it that sudden movements would be interpreted as hostile intentions, and I defend myself accordingly. Legendary Centurion says, how are you, Carmen?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Legendary Centurion says, not bad, thanks.
That's good to hear.
This is your alarm call. Go away. All right, I'll get ready. Call you back. Yep.
Bot says, YouTube at George McCormick-R7 T Semper Fi from Chicago.
From Chicago. Yeah, you can go over.
Centurion says, I am so nervous for next Monday. My car is going to the electronic specialist to be fixed.
Wow. That's going to be costly.
Yeah, he's doing 66. I wish, this thing would kind of like angle to show what that next truck is doing. So that if you still have a chance to pass them, then you can still pass them.
Oh, I had to get over a bunch of cars behind me.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you
Streambot
get
says,
it,
YouTube
but
at Georgia McCormick-R7T, big bucks.
Yep.
sooner or later you're going to pass them anyway, so that's why.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I quit driving at 51.
Quit driving at 51? How many years did you have?
Centurion says 646 pounds. By the time I have finished fixing my vehicles, will have spent 5,600 pounds on my car.
Wow.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I started driving at 15.
15. So you were considered under the grandfathered law.
Legendary Centurion says, I think it a labor of love.
You were under the grandfathered law.
Streambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I have an ex-wife and kids I had to drive.
Right, right. Well, I get it. I totally get it.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I had a permit to drive if one of my parents were with me.
Right.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I knew people who were driving at 13. Sue Masili says, I think I'll take a shower before I start MasterChef cooking. Have a nice day.
Right, you too. Have a good one, Sumasili.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. It was a different time.
Yeah, it was definitely a different time back then.
Legendary Centurion says, have you got far to go to the drop-off?
Yeah.
Says long ways yet to Houston.
Oh yeah. Well, we were only at 12 hours, Lynn, when we started out today.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. My mom passed away years ago from cancer.
Sorry to hear that.
Legendary Centurion says, you're a great driver, Carmen.
Thank you. No. Haven't seen.
Huh? Oh, we haven't that? Yeah, I know.
Says girl power, Carmen. You're doing fantastic.
Yeah, girl power.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. In the 70s, my mom would give me $5 to go buy a few packs of smokes and say, keep the change.
Right.
Legendary Centurion says, what about the Boyzone LMAO? Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I was 6 years old at the time.
Wow, 6 years. Well, yeah, it was different back then. I mean, you could send your kids to go get a pack of smokes back then, and they didn't raise an issue about it. Nowadays, that's totally different. One in the microwave?
Then I'd get too relaxed outside also.
Right.
Lint 15 says, yep, I sent daughter to corner gas station all the time. Them days are long gone.
Yes, they are.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I bought a pack for me and my girlfriend, and I didn't get hooked until Marine Corps. Restreambot
Right.
yells, YouTube at Botrix at Georgia McCormick-R7T. Just reached level 1.
Cowboy Mike's 1970 says, good morning, Gary, Carmen, and Lynn T in chat.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
How's Mom doing today?
Lint 15 says, morning Mike and Mom.
There's an old Navy plane. Roomland. Remember that place?
Yes, I do.
What time do you call the youngest?
10 to 5 to 6 to
Alright.
2 to. You already called the first time, right?
Yeah. I gave him his wake up call.
Restreambot says YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. They were lesbians.
You got time.
I don't know, I just sent something up there. About Broadback comment on.
Huh?
I don't know. From there.
Restreambot asks YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. Where are you at in the States?
We are in Missouri right now. If you look at the very bottom of our screen, it'll show you where we're at.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. I remember the Ozarks.
Now this place right here, Boomland, we've been here a couple times on our way back. Stopped there on our way back from Arkansas.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. There is cooking live stream that is really popular in Kennett, Missouri.
Lit.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Georgia McCormick-R7T. It is a bunch of Albanians that started a Denny-style restaurant, mostly breakfast. Says YouTube at Botrix. Thank you for the subscribe. Please smash that like button at Quillo01. Thanks for your support.
Welcome in, Quillos.
2 level 771. 6,531, 23,900 firsts XP.
Now it only shows a very minimal thing. What the hell happened with that?
Lint 15 says morning fry.
Morning, Fry. Guess we're gonna have to refresh that.
WZ Bot says at Sun Honey, top 10 rank. Number 22, level 295. 6,343, 9,145 XP. 5s.
Yeah.
Honey says may make 300 before we get to Houston.
Right? I don't know what happened with that. That's kind of awkward. Why it only shows very minimal now? I think I gotta change that. It's awkward. Looks like I got some work to do yet today for that when we can take our stream down. Four lit.
Sun Honey says sun is up, so get up at Fry TV.
Love you.
Fry TV says I have been up, get on my ass.
You been up? What time did you wake up, Brian?
Blacksmith Pop says hello, everyone. Have a good day and safe travels.
Thanks, Blacksmith Pop. Have a good
William
day.
Kitchell 2 says morning, Gary Carmen and Lit 15.
Morning, morning, morning. I take it work didn't go very well last night,
Fry
Fry?
TV says just don't like to chat all the time.
Eric's also live today too, Fry.
Fry TV says about 1 hour ago.
10-4, Fry. 10-4.
Sun Honey says us as the man who talks to himself on a live stream at Fry TV. Sun Honey says lol.
Fry TV says too early to cut my fiber.
It's too early to any time to cut your fiber. You know you're not. Yeah, there goes a cab over. Old cab over.
Son Honey asks, are you playing Grumpy so you'll get some feet pics?
I think he's playing hard to get, Son Honey. That probably percolated his ears. Feed pics? Yes, that'd be a good idea.
Lint 15 says, Morning, William.
That's just kind of bullshit what happened there.
Lint 15 says, Fry sent you a message.
Now it's like gone. What the hell? I don't know what happened with that. Guess I gotta make a new link. That one probably expired.
Fry TV says no, I had to go deal with that to do a fiber install at my mom's house and still get my work done today in Sun Honey. Fry TV says 10-4 at Lit 15, I will check.
Lint 15 says, Morning at Blacksmith Pub.
Fry TV says so Fry will have a long day in Sun Honey.
Blacksmith Pop says at Lit 15, good morning. Have a good day.
1970 says, who is driving this morning?
Carmen is.
Cowboy Mike's 1970 says, wishing y'all safe travels.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Mike.
Mike.
Son Honey says, well, let me grab my crochet project and go sit with the install people at your mom's house. You can come back hundreds of pounds of merchandise at Fry TV.
says I just wish the install was on my day off, and Wednesdays are my busier days. So yes, you are right, I am grumpy and Sun Honey.
Werner Labs says good morning.
What up, Warner?
Hey, Warner.
Lint 15 says morning burner.
HCKER 911 says heart L 170 gold.
Werner Labs asks, did we fix the clock?
Lint 15 asks, you
Yeah.
bring Pop-Tarts?
Who, me or Warner?
Werner Labs says I wish Lynn long.
Lint 15 says, either one of you, I'm hungry this morning.
I got honey buns. That's what I had for breakfast.
TV says I am not grifting for foot pics. It is too early for that. Might be a cup of coffee at Sun Honey, but I stopped drinking coffee 60 days ago.
That's for Missouri.
15 says, no way, gotta have my coffee.
Missouri
LOL.
State, the thingy bobber.
The welcome sign.
Yeah.
We're probably almost out of it. Probably coming out of the tail end of the lower. Well, looks like we're still in Missouri.
Fry TV says I had to stop. It was making me feel bad at Lent 15.
Lint 15 says, oh, okay. says, coffee makes me happy, or you all be banned. LOL.
Fried TV says at lit 15.
Lint 15 says, I'm joking. LOL.
Well, we got to be heading close to the border. Yeah, we got like 41 miles. That's counting down. So we got 41 miles yet before we're out of here.
And Honey says, okay, then since you quit drinking coffee, I won't call you grumpy before noon at Fry TV. Action Jackson
Yeah,
243 says, hi Gary, how are you doing?
Good, good, good. How you doing?
Action Jackson 243 says, good.
Good to hear.
Action Jackson 243 says, just woke up.
Just woke up. What? Yeah, that's completely gone off of there. I don't get that.
Action Jackson 243 says, trying to get motivated to get ready.
Boy, the corn's nice and tall down here. This actually might be knee high by the 4th of July. Well,
Action Jackson 243 says 59, feeling like 58 and raining.
10-4 on that, Jackson.
I love you, Lynn.
Is that what it said? That was on that street sign?
That's what that graffiti was on the bridge.
Oh. Somebody loves you down here, Lynn. They got it on a bridge.
Lint 15 says, sweet.
largest crappie store. Looks like crappie store.
says morning.
Morning.
Boy 20,033 says morning.
Fry TV says TTS no working.
It was probably stuck on internet.
Fry TV says TTS good now.
That might say it's closed, but no, keep going. I don't see a building there.
Trimbot says, YouTube at Bodritz, thank you for the subscribe at Fearless Wolf.
Looks like they abandoned it. They only use it when they need it. Dot. If we ever come back down this way, this is the way we're taking. I am not taking that fucking US highway ever again. Fuck that highway. There's a cop right there.
Yep. I know.
Only thing is, we can't travel 75. Trucks are only allowed 70 anyways. I think that's the first time I've actually... No? Was it 75 the last time we came down this way? I don't remember.
Strictly enforced, no tolerance.
Yeah. Well, it's not like we can go past 70 anyways. Boy, look at all that crappy windmill or solar panel shit. It's gotta be at least 15 acres. That size no better. It's like 30 some acres.
take me home.
Now they got another Osceola Travel Center. That big rig got damaged. Still got a green light on our reefer.
Yep.
Damn, like 491 at the Maverick and 559 at the Loves. Need some exercise? That worked.
Sorry.
Camaro King 79 as hi de ho neighbors. How's the first team drive trip going?
Good, good, good.
Horrible.
You're saying horrible?
Oh, it's not good.
How's the work chores going today, Camaro?
Camaro King 79 says slow, but they are going long.
Yeah, ain't they always slow? What?
We need to move this up a little bit. Hold on.
37 minutes away.
Link 15 says, Morning Camaro.
Camaro King 79 says, good morning, Lynn.
Been kind of fast-paced, slow-paced, Camaro?
King 79 asks, when is your load supposed to be delivered?
Tomorrow, 9 p.m. Or 6 p.m. I think it's 6 p.m. 6 p.m.
1800.
Has been setting up a part so slow paced, but got it set up and running it now.
Right. You know, I should really complicate things. Take this off of here, move this up to here, free this up down here. Take this and put it down there. Because this is like a pain in the ass where this tablet just covers up everything.
Camaro King 79 says each part is $140,000, so gotta take your time on setup.
Holy shit! Are you kidding? God dang. Is it for like aerospace, aeronautics or something? Jeez. That's frickin' up there.
King79 says we run aerospace, but this isn't aerospace part, this is land-based, and I have heard that they do also go in battleships too.
Oh, so that could be something going to Wisconsin then. Because I know we've got a shipbuilder up by Marinette.
King79 says look up a LM 2500 engine. The part I run is in the center of it.
Oh, okay. All right. So how long does it take between each part from when you put it in a CNC? Because I would imagine you probably got it in a CNC machine.
Howdy truckers.
Hello, hello.
Henrik says in morning.
What do you know today, Henrik?
Henrik says we can't see the location anymore, I see.
Yeah, it went down. I'll have it fixed when we stop our stream today.
King79 says on my CNC lathe it takes about 40 hours to do one, and then it goes to the mill for about 60 hours, and that's not including all the trimming and welding that gets done to it before it reaches my machine.
Holy
Henrik
shit.
says day off, getting rid of this cold I have.
Lynn15 says morning Henrik.
Holy shit, Meryl. Gotta be a big, huge ass part that you, for sure. one thing that I remember when I used to work at a washing machine company is they did a lot of things there, and I really did like the machine shop. I was on the assembly line for, I don't know, quite a while, and then basically I kind of got sick and tired of being on there. Should probably take this call. All right, everybody, I'll be back shortly. I gotta make a phone call. Miss Jilly. So, Miss Jilly, what happened with your...
I saw you, Carmen.
So, what happened with your breakdown, Miss Jilly?
You saw me. When did you see me?
I accidentally flipped it the wrong way.
Miss Jilly says hi at Lynn T15.
Hi, Miss Jilly.
So yeah, when I took the mic off, I accidentally hit the camera the other way.
Oh.
Says, didn't you see me? I just passed you, haha.
Nope.
Henrik says, or not, ha ha ha.
I don't know what the hell that shit is, mud or something. I hate to even fucking have you wipe it. Should be clear, babes.
Yeah, well, he's touching up.
Better not be throwing any more shit out.
Cowboy Mike's 1970 says, where are y'all at now? It doesn't say at the bottom of the screen.
We are in
Jilly
Arkansas.
yells rear differential tore out the back of the truck, pulled past of the transmission and damaged fuel tank. I was the big band of the day.
Jeez, Miss Jilly. Before you move over, let him get past this. 'Cause whatever he kicked up, I don't know what the fuck he picked up. Alright. Should be good now. Pulled past of the transmission and damaged fuel tank. Sounded like it just exploded out of the rear end.
Miss Jilly says yes, it exploded.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big bill.
Phew.
About a $20,000 repair bill. Hopefully the rear end is still in one shape.
Says mid-morning, tow arrived. Had to wait another 45 minutes for switch or truck to arrive. Then we limited the convoy off at next exit, transferred all my belonging into switch truck, and I carried on.
Okay.
Jilly says I made it to delivery appointment 75 minutes early. Darn good thing I left early.
Right?
Heartland Trucking says GPS on the lower part of the screen is down. It will be fixed when we go live again. I cannot fix it during the stream. Sorry, everyone. Miss Jilly says switch truck had no microwave and broken fridge.
That sucks. That's why sometimes, Miss Jilly, it's best to have an extra cooler with you. Just in case shit like that happens. Right out, fucking just pissing right in the parking lot.
Miss Jilly says second drop, wrong address. Asked to use personal conveyance to get it there, put me in hose violation, ended up not seeing a toilet for 24 hours. Oh, happy days.
Yeah? service, yeah, that's a big deal. Very big deal, Miss Jilly. I mean, this carrier wants us to use ag exemption a lot, and I won't use it.
ITV says that is something I would do.
But like ag exemption or using personal conveyance, I just would rather not use it. If I've got the drive time, I'm going to use the drive time. I'm not going to use personal conveyance. Because if you get in one accident under personal conveyance, you're fucked. Literally fucked.
For 8 hours. I was only 6.5 hours in. Moving that truck 90 minutes early made me start all over again, causing delay.
Yeah, you really got to watch that ELD. I mean, like last night, after 7 hours, I should have got the drive hours I lost back. But for some odd reason, I did not get those hours back in any way, shape, or form. that's good.
Miss Jilly says dispatch calls back. Load was canceled. They weren't notified at all.
Huh. Sounds like you've been having a heck of a time already.
Jilly says found me another load 30 minutes away to take back to Toronto at 9 p.m.
Dang.
Miss Jilly says paperwork says delivery is next day. Received it, but stamped Osiris under protest must be indirects within 24 hours. Jilly says right autocorrect gone wild there.
It always goes autocorrect, goes wild. How many times do you ever see an interstate that's 555?
Better than 666.
Yeah, it's true. There's an armadillo. Even in Arkansas, I've never seen an armadillo alive.
Miss Jilly says, oh, and cherry on top, tri-axle trailer, 0 XP with that.
6 hours or she can drive 5 hours. It's her choice. So green
Miss
down
Jilly
here.
yells woohoo at a girl.
Looks so green down here. Trees got full leaves on. Grass is green. breakdowns. How did it feel to be in a truck? Nice Mac.
Jilly says trial by fire, Gary Law.
Yeah, it always is. It always is. like in a truck.
Miss Julie says I kept good attitude, made shift little videos cracking jokes. With the number of errors, it was basically just a tragic comedy. No point getting bent out of shape.
Well, you know what I'm trying to say is that when the first time that I actually was out on the road and actually literally doing the job with nobody there to watch me or anything else, it felt amazing.
Julie says spent 6 hours cleaning truck before I left on the haul though. It was absolute disgusting, but fit to bring dog in.
Right.
Says YouTube at Frank-QQ5NM, send some of that Texas heat up here.
Well, we're in Arkansas right now, Frank, but I wish we could. It's a hell of a lot better down here than
Julie
up north.
says so need to check condition of truck before I depart Friday. I won't put my stuff in filth and will have to clean it, which is do not okay if it had to be done.
Right. Almost like any truck when somebody gets out of, if they leave it a mess. But normally the previous carrier that we were at, you know, when they had people get out of the truck, they would clean the truck out, at least. So every time when they had a driver get out of the truck, I mean, they would professionally clean the truck out.
Julie says 4 bags of trash I pulled out of the truck that blew up.
Holy
Papers from 4
shit.
different companies that owned it before us.
Wow.
Damn, that's a lot.
Guy walking across interstate.
That what? Yeah. Like a dumbass.
That oversized trailer must have been stopped.
That or else they were done for the day. One of the two, Miss Jilly. I don't know. I honestly could not tell you.
Henrik says probably.
Yeah, it looks like it's open.
Going that way?
Yep, 40. 40 west.
Oh, it's getting hot in here.
Oh, now it's getting
Henrik says
hot.
ooh Memphis.
I'll throw this on auto for a bit. Kind of really cool it off in here.
Henrik says FedEx main hub city.
Well, actually, Bentonville is Walmart's main headquarters.
Miss Jilly says no cameras in the trucks.
You got no cameras in the truck? Well, that's good, Miss Jilly. How you doing? No? Otherwise, if you want, we got a truck stop up here. We'll switch out. It's not that
Henrik
bad.
asks, isn't this Memphis behind us?
Yes. Reverse, yes. Memphis is behind us. You got about a mile if you want to switch over. I don't mind driving almost 9 hours. It's fine.
Went through my first weight scale.
Yeah, you did. Just gotta watch your speed a little bit better in there, but you did great. God, look at all the garbage on this side of the road.
Yeah.
Even a fucking racing tire. Jesus Christ, a Hoosier racing tire. Slow down, babes.
Fine.
You're fine? Alright. Alright.
hello.
Hello, hello. How are you today? If we would have came down here and we bought, you know, like our little Sasquatch that we have at home, we found one that was like how big, and had to figure out how the hell we were going to haul that thing back home.
Yeah.
Phone call. I would imagine we would have had to put a hitch on the car. Got one of those rear freaking little baskets and literally anchored them to that damn thing. Another field gone to waste. Freaking solar panels. Of the Nerds actor dies at age 71.
Lama.
allow you to, which is still stupid.
I don't know. All I know is I feel like I got the raw end of this deal.
Well, you weren't supposed to get the raw end of the deal. But I suggested, you know, if you wanted to take a break, I mean, it's under...
Justin.
Huh?
Well, I suppose I could drive 9 hours.
It don't matter, babes. I mean, as long as I'm under the 11-hour mark, I don't care.
The way you say it.
It's not trying to be a whatchamacallit. Because then we can just drive down there and try to find a place. Because it's going to be hell trying to find a place at like almost 8 o'clock at night.
Dad says, went outside. Finally a Twitch drop I'm interested in, Ernie.
Yep. I see they finally gave us something for IRL, which was kind of nice. That was kind of nice of them. Finally give us something for IRL. grab that 2 Pepsi bottles that are up and towards the front. See, I even do got to do my own. bad frickin' buffering area. That one was a bad one. Just for that little area we were in.
Lint 15 says, yeah, it was. You survived your first delay. For the record, how do you feel?
Yeah.
EZC15 says, hi, Gary.
Hi, Trail. How you doing today?
EZC15 says all good, buddy. It's sunny too here in Canada.
Oh, nice. Nice. Well, yeah, since we're a little bit further south, yeah, it's definitely better out here.
Lent 15 says hi, TRLL.
EZC15 says hi, Lynn. In Skagway, there's a place called Lynn's Passage.
Lit 15 says nice.
EZC15. It says there was a shipwreck there a few years after the Titanic.
Oh, all right.
EZC15 asks an excellent day in Wisconsin. Is it Wisconsin?
No, we're down in Arkansas. We're heading down to Houston, Texas.
EZC15 says, oh wow, temperatures must be in the 90s down there. Here, just 55 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, our app isn't running really well today, so that's why it doesn't show up on it.
15 says it says 64 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm sure it's much higher than that.
Yeah, we are at like 79 right now.
LLHEZC15 says there are many tourists from Texas here. They must be sick of hot temperatures.
I don't know. Don't know.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Ellaflowers-K5Z, what are you doing today? Restreambot says, YouTube at Ellaflowers-K5Z, what up, man? Restreambot yells YouTube at Botrix at Ellaflowers-K5Z, just reached level 1. Restreambot says, YouTube at Ellaflowers-K5Z, what up, sir?
Not a lot. You?
ZC15 says some did the whole way 4,000 miles in RVs to get here. Amazing.
Yeah. Definitely a long trip. From Texas all the way up. Yeah, very long trip. came out of it.
243 says Sarah is out of the hospital. She sounds a lot better now. Action Jackson 243 says my sister.
That's good.
Action Jackson 243 says she went into septic shock. Action Jackson 243 says, but don't know what caused it.
We didn't even go through Little Rock yet, did we? I don't think we did.
Lynn 15 says, you said she had cellulitis.
Restreambot says kick. KICK bounties touch grass for a chance to win 100 subs URL.
WZ
Welcome in, Raiders.
Wonder GT.
How you doing, Stevie?
Rate the channel with 9 viewers.
Saribot says thank you for the raid at Stevie Wonder. Please check out their channel at URL. Sound Alert says shout out to Stevie Wonder GT. Action Jackson 243 says at Lynn T15 yeah, the what part of it?
Lynn 15
Welcome
says,
in, all Raiders. How was your stream today, Stevie?
Stevie Wonder GT says hello there, how you been?
Good,
It's been a
good,
while,
good.
but WWAS in here.
Yeah, we're doing good. Carmen's driving, and we're just waiting to see when she wants to call it a day, because then I got to drive the rest of the way, which is not a big deal.
Stevie Wonder GT says stream was good. Got to test me new Scania style shifter.
Nice.
looks nice.
Yeah, it is nice here. It really is. It really is.
butt hurts.
Well, that was interesting. It was about the purchasing of the truck. So you went on sleeper berth?
Yeah, I believe so.
Good. Yep, sleeper. Alright, go back in here, go in here. Greg put on there, that's what we want to do. So that's basically on that part.
Who wanted to know?
Huh?
Who wanted to know?
I guess the state called them. I was like, whatever Greg put on that piece of paper, what he gave us, that's what we put down for the purchase
Scooby Workshop
price.
says GM there, Gary and Carmen in chat.
Hi, Big Scoop. He like the
They
day
called who?
called them.
Them is in who? Oh.
That's what I say with the truck.
Well, I didn't know if you went
No.
them or...
No. So anyways, they called them to verify the amount of the truck. And I was like, whatever Greg threw on that paper, that's what
Put down.
put down. So they were probably questioning the price of the truck. And I was like, hey, Greg put it down. That's what it was. And then he wanted to know if we paid sales tax. I was like, I think we paid sales tax on the...
They was all incorporated.
Yeah, it's all incorporated on there. I was like, I would imagine the state normally always wants sales tax. So then I asked about when our fund's going to be, because there's nothing else out there. And the truck's already carried over into a new carrier, so it's nothing else there. So when can we have our funds? And I was like, under the old contract, it was 30 days. Because Greg didn't sign the new one, so it should be under the 30 days. And we're fastly approaching the 30 days. So, yeah. He was going to find out. He's going to send a message. Dan. Dan was going to send a message on, or an email. Takes a lot of juice. Got them crispy?
No. They're full.
Scooby Workshop says, so where are you guys at today?
We are
15 says, hey, Big Scooby.
we are in Arkansas right now.
Not that far away from Little Rock.
40 miles away from I-440 off Texarkana, heading down to Texarkana way.
Big Scooby Workshop says, hi there, Lynn.
GPS thing isn't working at the current time, so everything's all messed up. I don't know how it got messed up, but it did. Well, we figured we eat while I'm doing a pre-trip.
Pulse 83 says hello to US and A.
Hello, Apex.
I got one left. I can't finish it.
Pulse 83 says hope all is good and well.
It
Apex
is.
Pulse 83 says how's your day been, sir?
Well, I just started my driving day. Carmen just got done finishing doing hers, so now it's my turn to get us the rest of the way there. Better than $6.
Yeah.
overtake Gary. Stand back 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
Rick asks, is it messy traffic?
Not really. It's just this route is like a major route for the southern states to east to west. So it's not really that bad. Rail, USA. Huh. Go figure.
Henrik says okay.
How you feeling, Henrik? You getting better?
says just working.
10-4, I'm just working. Work been quick or slow today?
Mikey B Gaming 21 says, I see that your navigation stuff on the bottom of the screen ain't on there today.
Yeah, it's not working. It's down. If you read the pin chat, it'll tell you why.
Mikey B Gaming 21 says lots of deliveries today.
Lots of deliveries.
Until 02:15 p.m. EDT. At 0117 p.m. EDT, severe thunderstorms were located.
Yeah, for some odd reason, there's like a glitch or something in the system, so we'll have to redo it. So yeah, we don't have anything on there right now, and I can't do it during the stream. I got to do it when after the stream is done and over with. So it should be back by the time we restart our stream tomorrow.
Holy Hannah, dispatch emails, phone calls, and accountant.
All in one? That's a lot.
Jilly asks, saw Carmen go through her first weigh scale, and that's it. How you feeling, Flower?
She's actually sleeping right now, Miss Jilly. We switched out. But she did good. She did good going through her first weight scale. And her first traffic situation. Slow traffic.
Miss Jilly says awesome.
Other than that, it sounds like you got a busy day with the phone calls.
Severe thunderstorm warning for West Central Forest County of Northwestern Pennsylvania, Northeastern Mercer County of Northwestern Pennsylvania, Central Venango County of Northwestern Pennsylvania, Northwestern Clarion County of West Central Pennsylvania. Until 02:15
Miss Jilly says, don't know if you've ever seen video of Montreal and their spaghetti junction of ramps and highways all covered in potholes and in a constant state of construction, including a tunnel that goes under the water to get to the island. It was wild.
I bet it was wild.
Miss Jilly says not for the faint of heart at all.
I mean, I remember when I went into Washington, D.C., I had to go in a tunnel that was well over probably 80 feet deep. And if I don't know if the stream would have ran through it all the way through it, but it's a long tunnel because all the ships above there come in through the port.
Miss Jilly says, yeah, the fatigue will be something that Carmen will have to get a bit of practice at to feel comfortable.
Yeah, eventually. She's not used to driving, for 8 hours straight, so. Normally, if we were ever in a personal vehicle, we normally stop, for gas or whatever else for that matter, but yeah, it's a little bit different in the semi. That's why we kind of slowly ease into it little by little.
Jilly says now I've driven through Montreal multiple times, thankfully, so if I had to do this weekend as a newbie, I'd have cried, no doubt.
Right. Well, going through towns that you've never been through with a big rig is totally different than with a personal car. You can turn around on a dime in a car or kind of like a pickup truck. Semi, you can't do that. Usually got to take the next exit like maybe a mile, 2 miles, 5, 7, 10 miles down the road just to turn around.
Jilly says that's no joke, you are so right.
Yeah.
Monkey Dogs 190 says, hey Gary, hey Carmen.
Hi, Monkey. And a lot of the things that I've learned over the years, I mean, believe it or not, it does affect me when I'm in my pickup truck. Sometimes I'll take a long, wide turn with my
Billy
pickup
says,
truck.
yeah, I Google Maps and get a satellite aerial view because more often than not, the deliver address is for the office and not the docks.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how many places I've been to that have the actual employee entrance or something, and then all of a sudden you got to rearrange on that. It's kind of annoying. I don't know why they don't make like a shipping or a receiver address. Would be nice.
delivery address was Sue wrong. It was the address of the end customer and not the produce receiver. That's a big whoops.
Yeah, that is a big whoops. Some companies would probably tell you, you gotta look at the bills. Well, sometimes the bills are even wrong.
Northwestern McKean County in north central Pennsylvania. Northeastern Warren County in north central Pennsylvania. Until 02:15 p.m.
Even if you put a lot of that into the GPS, it might be under a different township or something or another. I've had many addresses over my times where all of a sudden the GPS is completely
Camaro
wrong.
King 79 says hello there, crew.
Hi, Camaro. What's going on with you today? Addresses that I've deleted that all of a sudden I had a coordinates address instead of an actual physical address, or it just doesn't show up on a map at all.
Miss Jilly says on the flip side, I'm so happy that I got into that area because it was the only place I could park the rig on the street and reset hours with a team of other trucks doing the same. If not for that wrong routing, I don't know what I'd have done TBH.
Right. What the breakdown that you had in the video you sent us. I mean, yeah, it was a bad situation.
King 79 is plugging along. How's the trip going? Carmen's still driving?
No, Carmen is
Miss Jilly says all of the big cities, they are truck-friendly places. You want to get in and out.
Yeah, Miss Jilly. But you know, like I was saying, you know, the video you sent us about the truck breaking down, I mean, even though it was a bad situation with the truck breaking down, near the tail end, you kind of made it comical of on your video there. I kind of still get a laugh every time I see it. But yeah, it's unfortunate, you know, when a truck breaks down. Anytime a truck breaks down. But we're in Arkansas now, Camaro. We're south of Little Rock. Degrees.
Make jokes about the situation that's out of your control and try looking as a glass half full, not empty.
Yeah.
Getting bent out of shape in your head just is not good to do and will harm you in the end unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Camaro King 79 says, how many hours short are you going to stop from delivery? Or are you going all the way and just waiting till tomorrow evening?
We are going to try getting as close as possible, Camaro. We actually got 6 hours and 31 minutes left on our the drive on this trip. So we're going to try, I'm going to try finding a place that's nearby, like a truck stop, and hopefully it's not overly filled up, but this is Houston. Houston's a big city, really big city. If we can find a spot for the night, it'll be great. I mean, it's going to be almost like near 9 o'clock by the time we get down there. So a lot of planning between here and there. Unfortunately, I didn't plug my phone in, otherwise we would have been started earlier this morning, but next thing you know, I wake up and I'm like, what time is it? And I was like, shit, 5 o'clock? Yeah, I think it's time for you to get going. Should have been going like at 3 in the morning. But that's my fault. Not for plugging my
Miss
phone.
Jilly says even my fuel card was screwed up. It's supposed to text me a code each time on my cell phone. The girl set it up to go to dispatch phone, and she was off all weekend and Monday and Tuesday. Not helpful.
Oh shit, that sucks. Anytime I put fuel in, you know, I never had to do this before. I have to put the load number in there. And
Camaro King 79 says an ATS Logic from Wisconsin to Houston should have only taken you 4 hours long.
funny, Camaro. Maybe if we had jets.
Says that Camaro King 79 has Pro Mods expanded coverage of Canada to include Toronto and Montreal. Curious to know how that would play out in video game version.
Yeah, no kidding. I would like to know.
My trip to Montreal and back should have been 14 hours. I left Saturday at 6:30 p.m. and didn't get back to Toronto till yesterday at 1 p.m.
Wow. 14 hours is just a one-way trip, isn't it, Miss Jilly?
Miss Jilly says, yeah, the Canada section of Pro Mods was so tiny last time I played it. It's tiny part of British Columbia. Camaro King 79 says at Miss Jilly I am. Not sure I know they have Canada, but not sure what areas.
But yeah, if that was a 14-hour trip, that's...
Miss Jilly says have to do it 2 days or you are over hours.
Yeah. Well, I figure it is like this. A 14-hour trip plus a 10 hours... well, if it's 14 hours there, 14 hours back, that's 28 hours. Plus then you got to figure 20 hours in there for sleeper berths. So, yeah, it's a little bit longer trip. Especially with a sleeper berth there and a sleeper berth back. And you run fairly similar to our hours of service, I think. Fairly similar.
Says at Miss Jilly, I haven't played ATS in probably a year and a half or so long. Miss Jilly says no, it's only 7 hours there, but shit went to hell in a handbasket at hour 5.
Oh, gotcha. 7 hours there. I see where you're saying 14 hours. Yeah, some days you're going to have great days, Miss Jilly, and other days you're just going to be like, holy hell coming raining down on you. That's just, you know, how things go. You could have the greatest mechanics on the trucks and still have something break down. Something stupid or petty. One of the two.
for switch-out truck and tow truck, and yeah, the trucking industry made sure I paid my dues on my maiden voyage and hazed the crap out of me big time.
Yeah. You know, it's just like yesterday. Carmen had, for her first drive, I mean, literally fighting the wind. And she did an amazing job. I mean, for fighting the wind.
Camaro King 79 says about 3 months ago, Gary was ready to sell the company and call it quits, lol.
Yeah, I still actually am if it comes to the right price. I'd sell it off yet just to get out of it.
Wow.
I've said that before, babes. Where's that from? Now we just gotta wait for the other one. I didn't really see it because I didn't know who it was from.
Yeah, wind and curves on freeway at high speed, I'm still trying to get more comfortable with.
Right.
I know I slowed down more than I need to, but don't have that comfort level yet. Still trying to get the feel of the rig and trail.
Yeah.
345 SSS says, didn't you stream Carmen Drive?
Yeah, we did stream Carmen driving. Then we switched over, and now I'm taking over. Yeah,
Miss Jilly says trailer, oh, I hate my trailer. It's a tri-axle. Backing it up is not fun at all.
Well, Miss Jilly, let's put it this way. At least it's not a pup trailer. Pup trailers are the worst to back up. Tri-axle might not be that bad, but if it's longer than 48 feet, it shouldn't be too bad. But I know tri-axles can be a part of the problem with them. But as long as it's not a pup trailer, you'd be like all over the place.
Miss Jilly says yes,
trailer.
agreed. Pup is worse.
So yeah, just be thankful it's 48 or longer. But even a 53 for me can be a pain in the ass to back up. I mean, if you remember when we were down in Georgia there and I had to back into that short grill dock, man, was that a treat. And very limited space. Pup trailer would have done a better job being in there, to tell you the truth.
So that one paid 34.22.26 cents. At 85%. I thought we were getting 86%.
No, it was like 84, it's supposed to be 84%.
Oh, we paid 85%. We got 25.76.12.
Well, that's good.
Miss Jilly says, yeah, they are such a wide turn, whereas a dual axle with them moved up can spin that thing around easy. But the tri-axle, Lordy, is like trying to slide a Sherman tank sideways.
Right.
Miss Jilly says not that I've ever slid a Sherman tank in any direction.
Yeah, I don't think me and you will ever get that opportunity to try to do that.
I don't think I slept anything. 6.5, so we took over at 8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hour and a half.
So you slept was an hour and a half?
Probably.
Well, I mean, you should be used to me driving. I mean,
I'm not, I am. I just.
Man, it's been so long since I've seen this view. Haven't been down to this view for a long ass time. Came up this way when I went down to Brownsville load cross dock. Trying to expedite it.
Jilly says stay hydrated, Carmen. I bet all your shoulders and arms will be tensed up. The water will really help.
Yeah.
I don't know listening in, she said, you know, it's a phase you got to go through. I mean, my first time driving, you know, looking back, I was fucking sore than shit. Definitely fatigued because I mean wasn't used to sitting behind a wheel like this for so long.
I'm not fatigued and tired, it's just my back's still tough.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
But it does, there is a little bit of fatigue on the body and being able to sit in one spot after a while.
Yeah. No, I wasn't listening to the whole thing.
And then constantly looking out a window all day long and damn near fighting traffic 24/7. You're on the road.
That doesn't bother me, was that window. My ass yesterday.
As Jilly says, and reefer work has a sense of urgency that regular van work doesn't have.
Right. Yeah, there's a little extra duties when it comes to reefer hauling. Making sure the reefer's on, make sure the reefer works, make sure it's filled up with fuel, make sure it don't break down on you.
As Jilly says, so that just compounds the potential stress without factoring in traffic and weather.
Well, basically when it comes to the reefer, that's my department. I got to worry about the reefer. Carmen don't have to worry about it. The only time she's got to worry about it, she tells me that all of a sudden she looks in the mirror and she sees a yellow light. That's the
As
only
Jilly
thing.
says, make sure a jerk at the truck stop hasn't fiddled with it.
Right. Yeah, it was still at temp this morning when I looked at it. Undercover.
As Jilly says, Carmen, you can operate a reefer easy peasy. I got a 30-second instruction course and off I went bowls.
Is it for a Thermal King or a carrier, Miss Jelly? Because we got a carrier. They figured since we were at the last carrier that they would give us a carrier reefer, so that's what they gave us. I was kind of hoping we were going to get a carrier, but I wasn't sure until we got there for orientation. It's a little bit differently set up, but it's pretty much a carrier unit, so I know a lot about the carrier.
As Jilly says, it's old.
10-4. Yeah, they've really upgraded these
Miss Jilly
reefers.
says all the trucks have 1.5 million KMS on it.
Wow. I wonder what would happen if you change that over to
Miss Jilly says Ingersoll ran reefer.
oh, okay. I wonder what would happen if you would change the hours or change the miles to miles, actual US miles. I bet you it don't have over 1 million miles on it. I know you guys use KMS's there, but I did that once on this truck. I'm like, no wonder why they think this truck is outdated. Because I'd probably over 1 million miles on kilometers.
found socks.
You even found socks in the truck?
Billy says glass food containers with food scraps still in it. Miss Jilly says 4 bags of trash from one trip.
Damn, that's still a lot of trash. The one time when I moved into a truck, we had to go pick it up. It was left abandoned for a company that I was working for. I was a company driver. And let me tell you, there was garbage in there. Not 4 bags, but I at least probably definitely had 2 bags.
Miss Jilly asks, get this, there was 15 jugs of wiper fluid in it. Ha 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 ha, why?
Wiper fluid? Well, I guess that was a good thing. I guess they were really adamant about cleaning their windshield.
Sure have a couple of spares.
If you go through a winter, you go through that stuff like water. And I mean like water. But then again, no, too, wait till summer. When you got the bugs hit, you're going to go through a lot of it just as well. Sometimes there's no happy medium.
Jilly says, yeah, bug guts. Miss Jilly says, hitchhiking without payment.
Right. I mean, it looks like our windshield got hit pretty bad, but I mean, it's better than what it would be if you go in down by an area, low-lying area that's got a lot of like lake flies in it. 70.
County in west central Pennsylvania. Northwestern Jefferson County in west central Pennsylvania. Until 3 p.m. EDT. At 0214 p.m. EDT, a severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles southwest of Tionesta, or 9 miles east of Oil City, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Thunderstorm warning for northeastern Belmont County in east central Ohio, southern Jefferson County in east central Ohio, west central Washington County in southwestern Pennsylvania, Brooke County in northern West Virginia, Ohio County in northern West Virginia. Until 3 p.m. EDT. At 0215 p.m. EDT, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles northwest of Martinsbury, moving east at 35 miles per hour.
Doc 1 says you couldn't fix your GPS.
No, he has to. He'll fix it when we shut down tonight for tomorrow.
edges are slightly irregular. The color distribution of the neutrophil is linear. There are subtle variations in density.
Almeria asks good afternoon or morning.
Afternoon. Hi, Amira.
Chicks are fun, where the DJs are robots. Just kidding. Mostly.
The dial won't stop turning. Static bursts, voices in the night. I speak not to save you, but because the buyers demand.
Burner Labs says who's in trouble.
Your eyes are open.
Gary. He's driving.
You thought you tuned in for music. You answered the call.
Burner Labs says oh my.
Down between stations. It remembers your name. Silence speaks. Your truth. It never stops.
Burner Labs asks did we get the 2-driver clock thing figured out?
Yeah. Just let it reset after we took our sleeper.
It never stops. These are concrete hands on dials. You beg for a song, but all that plays is the sound of your own mind, rewound, spliced, sold back to you.
mostly more remote, and trips like them is
Welcome in, welcome in. Man 666. Well, it's not so bad. It's a little bit cheaper. 642.17. The reefer cost the most $104.08. Believe it or not, fucking DEF is actually cheaper. I don't get it. I'm gonna put that, slide that down. Someone's underneath that plastic. This tells me 49 to Houston and 71 miles, and this other one wants me to do 75. Which one's accurate? Besides, I wouldn't have asked. I'd have just would have done it. It would have been me. When my old man was selling in Red Granite, I did go to Red Granite, but I didn't go buy him. I knew where he was parked. He was over by the old restaurant there, and all of a sudden I went up by...
That's you.
Oh yeah, but I turned where that meat place was on the corner there, just like...
Still got busted.
Well before Elmer's. side of it.
says the BNR.
Oh, the BNR. You did say that was electric. Does it sound like a big old golf cart? Electric trucks. You're going to be charging that thing more than you're going to be driving.
TSM Dragu says, yeah, pretty much.
I mean, everybody that's got electric vehicles, I mean, if they haven't ran out of electricity, great for them, but I've seen it where Amazon has electric vans and they ran out of electricity and they had to have them towed back.
Says, yeah, my theory is those charges won't last long for hauls because depending on the weight.
Yep. And you figure if you're going through the mountains, that's going to take more. Just like on fuel economy. Everything affects the fuel economy. Hills, rain, snow, sleet, high heat, cold, everything affects it. Especially in cold weather for electric. Trying to keep the batteries charged up.
Hamster Trucking says, howdy all.
What up, Lone Star?
Link 15 says, hi Lone Star.
Lone Star, you got a particular take on electric trucks, semis? Be an honor to hear.
Says, howdy Lynn.
I'll be here in honor on your cut on them. I don't want to deal with them.
Says they got their purpose, just not for OTR.
Yeah. Somebody was telling me down and around by Lower Texas, they are running them. So I don't know. We'll see once we get down into Houston if we see electric trucks.
Trucking says I drive a 2023 Kia Soul EV. TSM Dragu says so. There's only one VNR right now out of California.
I honestly don't know how many trucks they got actually on the road that are electric. I honestly couldn't tell you that. I don't keep up to date with that. To me, an electric truck is a waste of metal and everything else. Electric yard trucks that can go maybe, if you're lucky, 6 hours in a day, and then it's got to sit on a charger for 8.
TSM Dragu says I'm excited for the Tesla Semi. Hamster Trucking says the EV truck be great for yard and city trucks. Restreambot says kick, KICK Bounty, sub chat, WIRL stream. streamer. Check out the info here, URL.
Dang, I swear the fuckheads get in it some way or somehow.
Says since electric is great for power on demand.
Yeah, it can be great on power on demand for sure. But like you said,
Extra Trucking says the flaws are range and charging time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'd like to see somebody take one over the road. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it'd be on Trucker's Wall of Shame.
Says, but if you have a CNG or diesel generator to charge the batteries as it drives, it would be great.
I don't know if anybody has ever done that, Lone Star. Honestly, I really don't know. I mean, I've seen pictures where somebody had a generator on the back of a Tesla, a car, but I don't know if they ever had it running while they normally, I don't know, sometimes you can't charge and run at the same time. I don't know if it would allow that. I honestly don't know.
Extra Trucking says that's how trains work.
Right.
35 miles per hour.
Yeah, I know a locomotive's got a big generator. I've torn one of them apart and scrapped them out. There's a lot of copper in them damn things. It's not thin copper either, it's thick copper. It's at least a little over like 5/16 wide copper and probably about a good solid 1/4 inch. So yeah, it's they got some big copper in those generators. I was lucky to cut the shaft off. Had the right torch that would cut through 3 inches of metal, 4 inches of metal.
Mr. Trucking says they charge batteries while they run, so do a lot of ferries.
Right. 10-4, Len. 10-4.
West 15 and make a generator and use the engine brakes to blow off overcharge for braking.
All right.
Says I love my EV most because I don't go far. I can change for my off-grid.
All right.
Werner Labs says, oh Gary.
Oh, Warner.
Says, so how you liking the new company, sir?
Doing pretty good. We gotta try getting more loads in between here. That's for sure. I mean, we're doing all right financially wise. I mean, we kind of seen our first settlement. Looks good, really good. So yeah, we definitely get more pay on this company and then compared to the old company. Yeah, we're going to try and get maybe another load, shortly after this and see if they can kind of hold something back. I'm going to get a hold of dispatch and find out when we deliver and coming back and then see if we can schedule something like a day after or something. Get another load out right away.
Says glad it's working out better.
Yeah, it's definitely a more family-oriented company. I mean, literally, it's family that runs the whole entire company. their mom. Well, I guess the dad passed away, but I think the dad passed away, but pretty much it's brothers, sisters, cousins. They pretty much run the whole company, so that's why I said it's very family oriented.
Says, yeah, my company is like that.
Right.
Says as long as no Cali, it's good law.
Right. Yeah, we when they asked about if we wanted to go into New York, I'm like, yeah, no. I don't want to go into the Northeast area for any reason. And when they said like Florida, Georgia, Texas, Arkansas, I was like, well, you perked my ears. That's all I need to hear. And then I asked him about Washington or Oregon. He's like, well, that's in the near future. I was like, well, as long as I stay out of California picking up, we're good. So it's possible we might go far west.
Says the Northeast is great in a truck too.
Yeah, but it's just not for me. I mean, I've been out Northeast for so long. It's just old to me, very old to me.
Hamster Trucking says just not New York City.
Yeah. But I've been out there so many times. I really don't want to go back out that way. All the tollways along 80, 90 and coming through Pennsylvania and New York Thruway and a lot of those other states. I don't miss any of that.
new VNL on ATS.
Hendrick bought a VNL on ATS? What the hell? See, we knew you liked the VNL. You truly hate Scania. We know it.
Henrik says yeah, but the new one is much more nicer than the old VNL.
You talking with all the extra vents in there for breathing and all that? Like looks like a direct airflow to the...
Hamster Trucking says yeah, ATS just got the VNL electric and the new style one from 2024.
Oh, okay. Alright, that is the one I was thinking of. What color did you put it, Henrik? That's the true meaning. What color did you have it? White? Ugly white? Pearl white?
Henrik says lol when talking about Volvo, and one is passing haha.
Yeah. I'm also
Henrik says
stuck.
gray like your Kenworth.
Gray like my Kenworth?
At 0117 p.m. MDT, elevated thunderstorms capable of producing gusty and erratic outflow winds were located along a line just south of I-80 through the West Desert. Severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County in western New York, southeastern Monroe County in western New York, Ontario County in western New York. Until 04:15 p.m. EDT. At 0317
direct force and duct hood style vents.
Says no 2024, but the 2025 had a different design of them, so I can tell the difference.
Yeah, they did. They came up with the newer design after I think it was a 25, where they got the forced air on the hood. Oh, I gotta take a 30-minute break. We keep losing time. But we'll get there. Just got to take a 30-minute deal, too. This one it was telling us it was like...
Fry TV says later, I'll meet again on the road.
10-4, Fry. Have a good one.
Gbot says all commands are on our app page on Twitch. Thanks.
But this one over here was saying it was 7 hours. This one was telling it was 6 hours, so we're taking the 6 hours instead of the 7 hours. This one over here used to be better than that one, and now this one is bad map updates, that's all it is.
Lit 15 says, have a good day, Fry.
Fry TV says later at Lit 15.
We'll do a virtual wave in your area, Fry.
Says I still like my old trucks on ATS, like the Peterbilt 359.
Right.
could be.
Finally got his last lesson.
Oh, finally?
June
Is that-
6th.
Is that why you probably wanted it?
No.
Why so far away?
Henrik says, trying to talk with the people getting them across the border. Henrik says, haha.
That is like so far away.
Hamster Trucking says someone could have a broken CB in the area too. Lol.
Not really. Only like 3 weeks, 3-4 weeks.
It's still long.
2.5 weeks.
That far already into the month already?
Yeah, middle of the month.
Jesus. We haven't gone camping once.
I know.
Fucking shit. Well, I'm gonna change this out while we got a chance.
Little storm report from 15 miles southwest of Shoshone, Carbon County, Montana. Non-thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 51 miles per hour. Reported by Messina.
Well, it'd probably be easier if I was talking on 19.
Messina Station Lock 1 plug.
Pterodactyl says Prob should detour and find the nearest camp area.
Feels that way, don't it?
Pterodactyl asks what state are y'all in now?
Arkansas. Remaining part of Arkansas.
1 says, is Carmen driving you around town, Gary?
Nope, I'm driving her now.
I did my driving today.
says just a cool 95 nice.
Now, you in Arkansas, bud, this is a natural state. They'll go out in the field, find the thickest weed stuff, bundle them up, stomp them down the best they can.
Should have bought a Chev, dude. Would have had that problem.
G-God says at 197 pounds, greater than $131.13.
Got me a load of boxes with almonds in it, 35,097 pounds from Omaha, Nebraska to Long Beach, Texas. How'd you get that?
Henrik says got me a load of boxes with almond in it. 35,097 pounds from Omaha, Nebraska to Longview, Texas. Henrik says Jeepbot take a nap.
Werner Labs says can leg on read struck.
That one, please. Because let me know roof.
Labs says CB rage time.
Henrik says it's going to be a long drive. How about Warner?
So yeah, this way we know when Warner tries to blame me for it, we got the evidence of it.
Henrik says somebody clip it. Ha ha ha.
Looks like someone took his spotter mirror off. Looks like it was duct tape, saran wrap. Oh, dude's picking up frickin' whatchamacallits.
Northwestern Prescott County of northeastern West Virginia. Central Marion County.
Pedidactyl says I vote to bring back dancing raccoon with pants.
Well, if we didn't change the layout, we probably would.
At 03:43 p.m. EDT, a severe thunderstorm was located near Fairview, north of Connecticut, moving east at 35 miles per hour.
CIVS, the raccoon with purple background.
No, we've got another one, Robert. Where it's actually got pants on. That's Warner Jr. Call him Warner Jr.
Northern Yukon, southeastern Davis County in northern Yukon. Until 02:15 p.m. MDT. At 01:44 p.m. MDT, elevated thunderstorms capable of producing gusty and erratic outflow winds are located over South Salt Lake, moving north at 45 miles per hour.
See anything yet? Just a bunch of trucks. Fucked up all the way down to this.
For MCMXCIV says, aha, okay, the other one.
Yep, the other one. get your Scania little shoes, nighty night shoes and teddy bear.
Almirita says sleep well at Henrik. Henrik says drive safe and sleep tight.
Will do.
Yep.
At 0153 p.m. MDT, elevated thunderstorms capable of producing gusty and erratic outflow winds were located along a line extending from 16 miles northwest of Knowles to 9 miles northwest of Snow Valley, moving north at 50 miles per hour.
Henrik says, oh gosh, then I edit my text. Take care, Carmen, haha.
Thank you. Good night.
I don't have a Cascadia teddy bear.
Hey, we finally caught up to him.
Lint 15 says night Henrik.
Henrik says soon you will. Almeria says yet.
Up at mile marker 9.
Boar's Head. Well, they're a long ways from home.
loads you ever had.
Coolest loads? Marbles.
Radio check, radio check.
Reported by a
Good lad.
additional information.
Please get that drive.
Station PPTF eliminated.
Yes, sir. Does somebody say left lane up here is closed? Just a hammer lane, but shit, they look like they almost had it all cleared up. Yep. Well, one of these ladies in one of these cars that shows speeding on it. That makes my day.
Almeria says okay. Ketadactyl says lol. Says, let's see if there is something happen, or just plain too much traffic.
I don't think it's too much traffic. Something happened to Meros. For something like this, it's just not, where unless there's a cop actually on the side of the road, it's very seldomly like this. This should have been moving. I mean, I see a construction sign now, for one. But somebody probably did something to get freaking get it, whatchamacallit, so I don't know. We'll know once we get up closer.
K-Helix says these kind of delay is probably due to someone wanting to get one car ahead of someone else.
Like always.
Almeria says at Mo K-Helix, that is what I mean with too much traffic too.
I mean, you got it here where cars can do 70.
Ketadactyl says I couldn't read the last one. Ketadactyl says someone said there's a lane closure, but it's reopened at mile marker 9.
But the cars here can do 75 and trucks can only do 70 miles an hour. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's somebody that cuts somebody off. traffic lights. That guy feels like a horse's ass. Miles to Dallas, Texas. Yeehaw!
Tactile yells might be moving soon. Son Honey asks, I see the message GPS is down. Where are we at, by the way?
Arkansas. Should be on the tail corner of Arkansas. West side of the state.
Son Honey says 10 to 4.
Houston. Texarkana. You'd be like, fuck, is that fucking way down? 59 goes right to Houston. Close to the borderline. We're on the tail end of it.
Are you going this way?
Because this way is shorter this way compared to this way.
Says, hey, hey.
Hey, what up, Brady?
Brady says, how is it going?
It was going great until we had a slight little backup. Traffic.
Brady says, oh no.
So yeah, it kind of put me a little behind, but now we're going to have to take eventually a 30-minute DOT break somewhere. Still got about 4:25 on the 8-hour clock, so.
Brady says, is the GPS on the screen still down?
Yes. We're on the tail end of Arkansas.
Brady says, copy that.
Thing is, there's hardly anybody out here. There's hardly anybody out here. Look at the traffic. Yeah. Minimal. Got a cabbie on the left other side.
Brady says, okay, finally. The leaderboard says I'm in the 8th spot finally.
10-4, 10-4, Brady.
Brady says, took a while.
Yeah, it does. It does.
WZ Bot says at Sun Honey, top 10 rank, number 22 level, 296, 7,237, 9,176 XP. 5s.
Brady says it's supposed to rain here for the rest of this week and into next week, and my boss called me and said don't come in till Monday of next week because his secretariat out of town till Sunday and a bunch of other things, so get to rest the next few days.
Right. Maybe you'll get some pressure washing done, Brady.
Brady says yeah. Brady says I have some other people that I still need to do that for.
Right. Well, it's a good opportunity if you got some few days off to kind of catch up on that. It'll get some extra income in there.
Brady says I don't really want to pressure wash in the rain, but it is what it is, see.
Right.
Honey says hopefully it's not a cold rain while you're pressure washing.
Yeah. That would literally suck.
the thing I don't know that I need to ask my boss about is if the grass can be mowed while it's raining at the golf course or not, because there's people that play in the rain surprisingly.
Yeah, there usually is people that'll play in the rain. I don't, you know, I honestly don't know that. I mean, I've never ran a golf course, so I don't see why not. It just makes a bigger mess, I guess. You know, when clippings fly over the place, it also can get hung up in the wheels and all that other stuff. So I would probably say that's the reason why. I'm not sure though. Huh? Harriman says it clutters and everything.
Brady says yeah. Sun Honey says, I'm imagine you couldn't mow it when it's too wet because you might make ruts in the green.
Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate, Sun Honey.
Central New York, Northern Portland County in Central New York, Onondaga County in Central New York, Phillip 545.
And I would imagine with the turf, if they've got turf tires on there, it's a little bit easier to slide around.
WZ Bot says, new follow, S Heart, Truvacito Heart. Welcome. 4,556 followers.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Brady says they have a big, huge dryer that we can use to dry out the greens, but I don't know how we would dry it when it's just constantly raining.
Right. Well, you're definitely in a state, Brady, where it just seems like it always rains there.
Cervecito says, good evening from Spain. Thanks, buddy.
How's the weather in Spain today? Or tonight? However you want to look at it.
Says, yeah, pretty much. Area says, hello, it's Rubicito Holland here.
Copy that.
says it looks like we go back to sunny weather next week anyway, so we are good to go on that. Truvacito says Atalmeria nearest to my country.
Well, I don't know when we're going to stop getting cold weather and everything else up in Wisconsin. I don't know. If Wisconsin looked like this right now, I wouldn't be complaining. Degrees.
Brady says, did you guys get some rest last night?
Yeah, for the most part.
Says I kind of wish people would stop sending me random Discord invites to their Discord server. It is form the server that I'm APRT. If people keep sending me DMS, it's getting old.
Yeah, I get the same thing too, Brady. I'll get messages from other people, from other Discords, or something that we're using. They'll just send us a random invite, and if I don't know you, sorry, but I just delete it. You could probably set it up so that you don't get them anymore, I would imagine, through Discord. I'm not sure. But yeah, it gets randomly old after a while. I'll get like maybe one every few days, maybe once every 3 weeks. It gets really old. think I know who lost that tire. No? Yeah, he did lose a tire. Lost the belt. Must have had a recap on it. Finally. Parts of it a little bit further north that I was on, but not all the way kind of down like this.
Trekking 78 says, how are you doing today?
Good, we're doing really good. How are you? How's things, everything going with the weather over there, you by Richard? And the wife, how's the wife doing?
Trekking 78 says, I am doing awesome today.
That is great to hear.
Richard Strucking 78 says me and the wife are doing awesome.
Good, good, good. Tell her we said hello. Speed limit, 75.
Richard Strucking 78 says I will do that 104.
10-4. Sounds great. Sounds great.
Legendary Centurion says can't beat clear blue sky.
That's right. Up to 90 degrees.
Legendary Centurion says, do you think you might treat yourself to a steak at the weekend?
Probably not, Legendary.
Centurion says it would be more comfortable driving on an Army tank testing track LMAO.
Probably.
Centurion says, just wondering, did you know your elevation AD location and temperature is not displaying on stream?
Yep. Well, you know, we had a glitch with it today. Something must have got updated. So if people have been asking where we were at, we've been telling them. Temperature, we're currently at 88 degrees right now. But we're in Louisiana right now.
Legendary Centurion says, okay, no worries.
We can't change it during the stream. We can only change it when the stream ends. So as soon as our stream ends, we'll get that updated.
Legendary Centurion says, I have a year truck and training with load weights 40,000 pounds.
Right. Some of you that didn't know, we do have now the merch that we do have in the Discord. We partnered up with Big Scooby. He's going to be the one taking care of like the tumblers.
Baker's Dad says, I like my shiny new green deer badge.
And basically, we got tumblers in there and a few other things. If you got any ideas for what Big Scooby can make with our logo, you can definitely ask them in our Discord.
Legendary Centurion says, it must be nice being back on the road in the semi.
It is. It definitely is.
Centurion says, is your truck set on cruise control?
No. I don't set it on cruise because the cruise is tied in with the migration system. And if a car pulls out in front of us, it'll slow down to that speed that that person in front of us is at. So I never have it on. This would have been the 780, yeah, we would have had it on. Use it a few times, and that's about it. More during the night, if anything. You got less people during the night traveling. Funny thing is, I haven't seen one rest stop yet.
Centurion says, I noticed there is a lot of roadkill.
Yeah, there is. Trucks down here because the weather down here doesn't affect them as much as it does up north, like the winter months.
Legendary Centurion says, what is the top speed can you go in a semi?
It depends upon the state. Ours is set at 70. That's governed at 70. But some highways are 75, some are 85. Just depends upon the state. Some trucks might be governed at 67. When we were in Arkansas, cars could do 75 and semis can only do 70. Oh damn, we're almost up 710,000. In Louisiana.
Legendary Centurion says, I guess it would be easier if there was one speed you can do in us.
Well, believe it or not, it's not really the semis that cause a lot of the accidents. It's usually always those that are in pickups and cars that create a good majority of the accidents. And not to mention the trucks reacting when the car pulls like right in front of you when you got like a radar in front of it. That's what makes these trucks auto brake.
Gbot says all commands are on our About page on Twitch. Thanks.
Legendary Centurion says BRB getting a drink.
And 4.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Frank-QQ5NM, I think it got to 60 degrees here today.
Yeah. Well, I can say it's 88 down here, Frank. I'm gloating on that weather, Tom.
lifestyles of the rich and famous.
I don't know how much that affects the golf effects around here. I don't know. Here's one kind of on the sticks. It's funny when I'm down in Florida along the coast there, you'll see it a lot too.
Yeah, I know that.
Legendary Centurion says, I am back.
Welcome back, Legendary.
Southeastern Idaho,
says watching your stream as Cevius is more beautiful than I, though.
Alright, thanks, Legendary. probably next. We're actually almost in Texas.
Legendary Centurion says, is that a road or a dirt track LMAO?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder.
ATV says, are we there yet?
No, not yet. But we're in Texas state line right now. Welcome to Texas, everybody. Unlawful to enter Texas with citrus plants? What the hell? What do they got against citrus plants? They got a bug or something in them that nobody likes or something?
ATV says Texas is a big state.
It is a big state, but why do they not want citrus plants in their state? It's just at that borderline.
Legendary Centurion says the Lone Star State.
They just said they don't allow
Restreambot
citrus
says,
trees.
YouTube at TRGJRF 181, how's the drive?
Good. They don't allow citrus plants. They got a bug or something in there that you don't like, Fry? That's why I'm asking.
ATV says it's all the bigs.
$167 miles to Dallas.
ATV says yes, it's a fly.
It's a fly, 10-4.
Fry TV says yes, bugs.
Poultry Exotics Inspection Station. Station closed.
Leopard County in northern Yukon, Cache County in northern Yukon, northeastern Box Elder County in northern Yukon, eastern Davis County in northern Yukon, central Morgan County in northern Yukon. Till 04:30 p.m. MDT. At 03:43 p.m. MDT, elevated thunderstorms with a history of producing gusty and dramatic outflow winds in excess of 70 miles per hour were located along the line extending from near Plymouth to near London. Moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Legendary Centurion says, and I thought Texas was all desert. I didn't know Texas has green land.
Oh yeah, Texas has got a lot of green land. We finally hit the 90 degrees. Woohoo! We're flexing now. Take that, Wisconsin.
Fry TV says that it also gets way too cold for them. ATV says most of Texas has tons of trees.
Right? Yeah, he is. He's one of those guys that create accidents.
TV says yes, bugs, snakes, spiders, and fire ants.
Yeah, a lot of fire ants.
Wind 15 says no thanks.
Legendary Centurion says, does that alert like repeating itself LMAO?
It's just telling the areas where the storms are at. It's helped us out over the last few times that we've heard it. There's to be on the safe side where weather's at Legendary. And if it's a severe one where a tornado touchdown, it'll go off maybe 2, 3, 4 times. That's how we knew the one day there Fry had like rainstorms coming down by his area. And it'll do that all across the United States. Like that one was West Virginia.
Legendary Centurion says was that ad horsing around LMAO.
Well, there's a show that we watch, and it's about horses and family life. He's a little stuck. Yep, he's stuck. He's gonna have a long day.
Legendary Centurion says if I could have any barn, I would love to own an American-style barn.
hole. You want to go back on there? Guarantee we'll be going a whole different way back. You jerk off.
Lynn 15 says LOL.
No, not really.
It's brown. Scared that guy.
A little bit. Probably.
Yankee X says, oh.
What up, Yankee? How you doing?
Trix Official says, go follow at Yankee X's channel to URL.
Lynn 15 says, hi Yankee.
How'd the gardening go today?
Yankee X says, hey, hey. Yankee X says, not bad, we got rained on.
Oh, you got rained. Yeah, we got, well, we were in the 90s, now we're back in the 89s here, down in Texas. Houses out here.
Says, bless you.
Thank you, Lynn. So, Drew, do you got any plants that are already coming out of the ground already and got a good start? I don't know if you guys had much more warmer temperatures than what we have. Looks like his chains are all loosening up. Poor chaining. Farm trailer.
Cowboy Mike's 1970 says, who is driving? I was asleep for a while due to not feeling good.
I'm driving out, Mike. I'm driving the rest of the way there. Got about 3 hours and 33 minutes left. But I still got to take a 30-minute DOT break somewhere along this route.
Cowboy Mike's 1970 says, cool.
So, why don't we just drive that and then tomorrow?
Because I want to get down there so that when people leave, we can actually get a parking spot. That's why. And not to mention, Houston is a very busy city. Extremely busy city. You think New York is bad? Houston's bad.
Fly TV says, so you're on 45.
43. Texas 43.
TV says 10-4.
Big trucks have gone down this road a lot.
Fly TV says, and yes, Houston traffic is a shit show like Austin.
Yeah.
Brady says I am back.
Welcome back, Brady.
Brady says hi, Fry.
Werner Labs says, how we do?
Good. How are we, Warner?
Brady says hey at Werner Labs.
Werner Labs says what?
Brady says hi, Lynn, if you're here. Brady says, do you have pants on today at Werner Labs?
Lip 15 says, hi Brady.
Werner Labs says I've had all day.
Brady says Buffrey.
Fried TV says hey Len.
WZ Bot says at Fry TV, top 10 rank, number 2 level.
That was a heck of a buffer.
WZ Bot says at Werner Labs, top 10 rank, number 6, level 533, 2,676,500.
Werner Labs asks Carmen sleeping. Werner Labs says how much drive time you go left, Gary.
325, Warner. 325. But we still got 227 on our 8
Werner
hour
Labs
clock.
asks then Carmen's the boss.
But we still got like 227 left on our 8 hour clock.
Nope, Gary's gonna take it home.
Yeah, that's
Werner Labs asks you did figure out your 2 driver clock right?
No, we did not. We just let it reset. That's all we did. Just let them reset. Didn't pay to try to figure them out.
Brady says, well, H, hopefully you will have some downtime this weekend to get them shorted out.
Well, we're not really too concerned about it, Brady, because it's already done and gone. There's nothing really we can do about it. It's not really going to change a whole lot currently right now with anything, so it's just mainly time lost. I mean, it doesn't add to my 70, but it shouldn't have happened that way.
Says it's top 5 right for a voice.
Yep, top 5, as long as you get the top 5, Brady. Top 5. Holy tractors. What color? Blue, red, or green?
He says, oh boy. Brady says, I have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. There's a place.
Sun Honey says you and me both are Brady.
WZBot says at Cowboy Mike's 1970. Cowboy Mike's 1970. Top 10. Rank. Number 4 level. 658. 13,339. 20,398. 6P. 5.
So to kind of fill you in, Brady and Sun Honey, like Cowboy Mike, believe it or not, when we go offline, they're still in our channel. They're waiting for when we go live next. That's how a lot of them get an early start. You could just be having us on a monitor and maybe have the volume turned down, and they're like in there like right away. Fry's usually got the same thing. As soon as we go live, he's like in there. You can even usually check, like when we're not streaming, if you go to the chat and go up to the users in chat, it'll show you who's in there. Or you can be like Fry and just talk to yourself.
Sun Honey asks, but you have to do that on a computer, not a phone, right?
I don't see why it would not work on a phone.
Eldor.
Huh?
Brady says maybe I will keep you up when you're offline.
Yeah, and as long as you got the volume turned down, I mean, you should be automatically in there then when we start. I'm just hoping I hit the right one. This one, no, because that goes that way, so, alright. That one goes north. We don't want to go north.
Snickers Dad says Twitch will put anything on the front page now. They're currently showing a podcast at home where NFL players are having a spelling bee.
We used to be on the front page, but I don't think we've been on the front page for quite a while. I almost want to say it's been like a year and a half since we've been on the front page. The first time we did Together for Good is when we were on the front page. So we were on our second year when we did the Together for Good. That first year they had us on the front page. Boy, this is a messed up intersection.
Snickers Dad says not buying even ViewBot in 2026 to qualify.
Yeah.
Brady says, are we in Houston, Texas yet?
No, we're a long
Cowboy
ways away.
Mike's 1970 says at Brady that is what I do is when he goes offline, I always bring Gary back up so I don't miss anything.
See, Mike even gave you a helpful tip. So when we raid out, obviously you get moved to the other channel, but then Mike
Sun Honey
just
says
leaves
I need
out.
to pick up a long lightning charge cable for work.
But for the most part, I mean, Mike just leaves out of that channel and comes back to our channel and he just stays there and waits.
Brady says at Cowboy Mike's 1970, okay, I might do that.
But even like you, Sun Honey, if you're at work, you could just leave us run at work and just turn the volume down.
Snickers Dad says 7,500 ViewBot, and the chat here is more active.
Right.
Whataburger.
Yeah. Too bad they don't have truck parking. scream out after I eat the first bite. What a burger!
Snickers Dad says, squish that bug, please. Thank you.
The mule! 4010. There goes our mule. Hey, we just finally passed that guy, and all of a sudden now he caught up. Fucker. He's finally glad to be past him, but I didn't think he was going to catch up to me. Tijuana Fish Camp.
Brady says, what's so ugly about it?
Just the way they make them, the new Craftsmans, they just kind of look so bubbly. Like, so aerodynamic. I mean, it's for cutting lawn, for crying out loud. Outdoor basketball. Way to do it.
Restreambot says, YouTube, Clara Bailey, hello.
Hello, hello. How you doing, Clara?
Restreambot says, YouTube at TRGJRFon81, hi Clara. Restreambot says, YouTube at Clara Bailey, just driving.
Just driving. Going home from work, going to work.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Clara Bailey, no 140 going to California.
Going to California? What's in California?
Restreambot says, YouTube at Clara Bailey, just got off I-65 in Nashville, Tennessee onto 40 to drop this trailer.
Oh, all right. I-65 out of Nashville. Traffic must be going horrendous about now.
Restreambot says, YouTube at TRGJRFon81 Nice, be safe. Restreambot says, YouTube at TRGJRFon81 Clara.
I swear, look at that edge of that road. Look at that drop off. Yeah. You drop off of that thing, you're going in a ditch.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Clara Bailey, construction on top.
Yeah, we were just through there last week. Yeah, we know what it's like in and around Nashville. deaf, so should be.
But it's on my side. On your side.
It's probably on my side. I'm just hoping it's big enough. I mean, we're only going to stay there for 30 minutes, so not really much matter.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Clara Bailey, I am getting out of it. I am from Kentucky, going back to California.
Oh, you're getting out of it? Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you whatsoever. If somebody bought me out, I would get out of it too. I would get rid of everything. Ear calf. Isn't he so cute? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Probably just walk over there and dump it in.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Clara Bailey, no, not my truck. I love my truck out of traffic.
Alright everybody, we're taking our 30-minute. There go some more cute calves. Angus. Couple of them. I wonder if I gotta go back out that way to get out. Well, they went out this way. More Angus. And a horse. A couple of horses. One couple of them got saddles on. Yeah? Dude, can I borrow your rope? I'd rope that garbage can.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Clara Bailey, I just woke up from nap.
Just woke up from a nap. Well, for all you guys on YouTube.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Lit9534, refresh drinks, potty, and whatever else, lol.
Yep. But for all of you that are on YouTube, if you want to join us on Twitch, we are going to probably be shutting our stream down here because not much more further that YouTube will allow our stream to go. So, Lynn, if you can, put our link in there. Give us a shout out so people know where to find us on Twitch. Well, if you're going to make a sandwich, make a sandwich. So yeah, we're going to shut the stream down on YouTube. So for all you, like I said, you can join us over on Twitch. We'll still be streaming over there. We can stream a little bit longer than we can on YouTube. So definitely follow us on Heartland Trucking USA on Twitch.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Clara Bailey, okay? I be out here all night.
10-4, and we'll be on Twitch until we get done for the day. Because we can go past 12 hours on Twitch. We can actually stream up to 48 hours on Twitch.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at Lit9534 URL.
Thank you, Lynn. All right, everybody on YouTube, have a good night.